Here we go. That's video game. Oh, I know what I need to put in. My PlayStation 2 memory card. Oh, yeah. Perfect timing. Yo, what's up, Father Most? Thank you for the tweet out, Father. Hope. Yeah.
Listen to my story. This may be our last
Listen
chance.
to my story. Feeling good. Feel fresh. Yes. Thanks, Look. Like, I can't be mad with 9. It is what it is. Like, this is going to be the same. Going to get the same problems in 10, same in 11, same in 12. This is going to be summon. Mix will be used, but not for true of 9999. It was just slow. It was like the run was fine, honestly. So I did have a really quick death to death, guys, but that was fine. Like, honestly, with FF9 in the marathon, I'm looking for sub 10. That's really where it's at. I'm not looking for like sub 930 stuff. Alright, Titus is called Rufus. So no, it went.
Alrighty.
It went exactly as it should have. It was literally just being tired was all it was. So like.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
Good luck tonight.
Tonight it's Rufus' story.
Oh, if I score a goal.
But yeah, it was just it was literally a case of like once I got to Ibsen's castle, it was like little micro sleeps and naps and stuff.
What seat?
He's blocking the front row. Fifth from the right.
It's pretty cool, isn't it, Orgo? You even like look like I'm sure there's more color in my face and stuff like that as well.
Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
2, 3. Teach us how to blitz.
Hey, I got a game to play.
Then teach us after.
Maybe tonight.
Of course I'm still pale. Have you seen where I'm from? Country of origin, pale.
Promise?
Promise.
Genetic traits include paleness of skin. Okay, here we go. Thanks very much, Anspud. You mean C3, right? Yes.
I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero, Jacked, gone. Vanished in
It must be. That's the only explanation, right?
That day. Zanara says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home.
Unfortunately, I live in England, so I don't get all the national hype for stuff. Happy New Year, Zergeritz. Thank you for... He is new. So breakfast was porridge, as always. Raspberries and a little bit of chocolate protein. First playthrough, like PSP probably. GBA or PSP is what I would start to with. It does not chimp the rounds. One day, maybe. But not today. Dun, dun, dun. Like video game spin-off? I don't know, maybe Blitzball is just too powerful. Oh, I love playing Blitzball. I really, really do. We need a Flash game while December still exists. Is it the end of December when Flash dies?
What are you doing? What are you?
What are you talking about? Oh no! It's no longer December. Oh man. Single F in chat for Flash. Oh, kind of a Flash game of it. What the Nintendo version, dead man. What would I recommend for a first playthrough? Again, it's a tricky one for 3. Because for 1 and 2, I would highly recommend GBA version, then maybe PSP version, then PS1, then Nintendo. Unless you're like hardcore into older games. So like if you've got a big Nintendo collection, or like original Nintendo games or Super Nintendo games, get the original version. Because they're beautiful. But if you're not, and you're into more modern games, for sure GBA would be my recommendation. For 3, however, the DS PSP version, the 3D version, I don't rate it. Maybe PC? Is there's Steam release for 3, right?
This way.
Look.
Who wants to learn this game? Yeah, absolutely. The really nice thing about FF10 is it doesn't have
It's sin.
many like super precise skips and tricks that require, you know, either like frame perfect movement or a lot of practice to do. The menus are quite simple and straightforward, and the battle uses a CTB system rather than an ATB or actions-based system. So you can literally just see everything in order, which is really nice. So it's super easy to pick up 10 as a run, and you could do it without the skips, and you're only going to lose maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes tops, like through not doing them. And there are resources, video resources for the trials, or video resources for the skips, like Jiskel skip and Klasko skip and Mihan High Road skip and stuff like that. So let it hear it, Cycloid. What did you have? So literally, I would just pick up the most up-to-date notes from Titan. They're really easy to follow, really well formatted. Once you get used to it, so it's left column and right column, and I would just go through it. Peace shoe, lovely. And like, if you get stuck or something goes wrong, you could either find a VOD of it. Or look for that. They should, well, they should be. If not, they're definitely in the Discord server. So for Final Fantasy, the speedrun.com is not a great place to get access to resources. No, Titan's a person. Tyton. Mr. Titan is the person who's written and formatted the notes. But yeah, the FF10 Discord is really the place to go, and they've got like resources and theory crafting and stuff like that, like in the Discord server. So the overall FF, there's a Final Fantasy Discord server. I don't recommend going there for anything like useful, factual information and serious stuff. A lot of the games have individual Discord servers. So like 4, 5, and 6, 1 and 2 have got a joint one. I don't actually know about 3. 3 is one of the most fragmented in terms of community compared to the others. It's like 1 and 2 very much go together. 4, 5, 6 very much go together. In terms of like community and people and things like that, you'll see a lot of the same people there. 3's quite fractured and on its own. Like, and then when like 7 Remake came out, like they had their own. But if the resources are there, they should probably take you to a GitHub, and it'll be tight. Let me just check. You're looking for, so the notes will say FFX any percent Mr. Titan May 24th 2020. Those are the most up-to-date notes. But yeah, like the 7 Remake Discord, it is run so well. Like they make really effective use of roles and of like threads and having access to certain things. But yeah, like 10, 12, 13, 15, they all have their own. See, I don't ever go on to the I guess the primary Final Fantasy speedruns Discord. It's more of a social place where you can loosely discuss the games. I don't think that would be unfair to describe it as. I don't do 7 Remake in this. I only do the main titles, and it seems really weird to throw it that way. It's a weird one. Like, so it's all the main title Final Fantasies. The only reason for not doing 14 is because I haven't learned 14 yet. And I haven't done one with 11. So currently, what I've been able to achieve is Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15 in real time. Done in just under 90 hours in real time. And I have now learned the speedrun for FF11. So now I'm adding in 11. And if it's successful, and it works well, and I feel like... If I feel like I can add on another 10-hour minimum of speedrunning to it, then Easter time will be the first ever proper 1 through 15. Thank you very much, Kasilk. 7 Remake is not bad. It depends who you ask and their opinions. So, I've literally played it one time, and I did a blind speedrun of the easy mode, no major glitches category. My remarks were the gameplay is very good. The battle system is very, very good. I enjoyed that a lot. The music, generally bad. And the bits where you have to walk instead of run. Thank you for 100 bits, Rico. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. Because the game's like loading the next areas and stuff. Like, it's one of those like classic tricks. So instead of having a loading screen where it's like loading the next level or whatever, it's like, oh, here's some rubble and things, so I have to like slowly walk and navigate my way through this so that they can like have the next area loading in the background to give that seamless gaming experience. That is boring. The flower gather bit, boring. I don't care for any of that. So unfortunately, quite a lot of the stuff that was either added or changed was quite tedious. But the combat and gameplay, very good. This is where Titus dies, by the way. For those keeping track of every Final Fantasy protagonist dies in their game. I mean, of course, like Titus technically doesn't even count because he's not real to begin with. I didn't have any problems with the camera. It didn't stand out as something noteworthy to me.
I thought about a lot of things, like where I was.
So yeah, I give the remake a solid 4 out of 10.
Started to feel.
Zidane dies when the theater ship crashes, like at the beginning of the game when you go to Evil Forest.
I think I had a dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone beside me, so I didn't have to feel alone anymore.
But yeah, it was like largely the dislike that I had for 7. And it wasn't even like dislike. The music I was irritated by because they already had a substantial and excellent framework to build on. And instead of taking that excellent framework and building on it, they deconstructed it. And they made it more fragmented and less cohesive. And then they added new stuff in. And I don't mind new music. But a lot of the entirely original music, I think, is bad. Not even like, oh, that could be better. I mean, bad. What's up, Woody Barstow? How's it going? And that tends to be the stuff that was written by the 13 composer. And then, like, the big hits. So, you know, a lot of people are like, the Airbuster theme's amazing. Or the Genova theme's amazing. And they are fantastic right up until they have this middle section where it's like, well, now we have to show that we're original composers of music here, and we're not just rewriting music that's already been done. And then they add a completely original section that's not good, that doesn't need there, is unnecessary. It's just filler in the music, and it's kind of just like, oh well, here. It doesn't need it. It doesn't serve the music. And I just don't rate it. I do not rate it. The Champion of the Faith. Who knows what this game's about? It's just it's like you can making something more complicated for the sake of making it more complicated.
Ooh, welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you for the host. Spoils things. It's like the music is orchestrated really, really well. All you have to you could literally just transcribe it for symphony orchestra. You know? And it would work. And the drum stuff, like honestly, the drum tracks they lay down for 7 Remake are pretty good. But then just like completely new bits, and you're like, it doesn't lend itself. And it feels out of place because like that music was written with that orchestration, that arrangement in mind, with those sections. Oh, anyway. Like reasons. Yeah, black music stuff is good. I am a music teacher. Why would you ask that question? Yeah, so it's kind of like, so the faith, so like Titus is the imagination of Bahamut, right? Like the little kid that you see at the start. Orin is real, and he's an unsent. But the thing that's unique about Orin is Orin can travel between Sphera and the dream world. Oh, if you listen to like the Final Fantasy soundtracks in order, there are tons of little tidbits and fragments that like are like go across game to game, or you can find in little bits of like other games in future and previous ones and stuff. It's really, really cool. Like there actually is more that ties in the music of the individual games than people might even realize. And sometimes I'll just catch myself. I'll like hear something and I'll be like, "Oh, that's from this," and then it's a different game, and I'm like, "Oh, that's amazing."
Out of the frying pan and into the freezer. I thought I was gonna die in this place.
If they actually just literally took like Those Who Fight Further and then just padded it with more like a thicker orchestration, whatever, do the job lovely. Do the job lovely is what it would. Heal memory short. Thank you for 100 bits, Morpheus. He's the ferryman. You're doing well, Templar. Alright. Memory short, memory short, memory short, memory short, memory short, memory short, memory short. Oh. Fuck. Flint. Bouquet, back to Fire and Center. Like this music's from Final Fantasy IV, for example. It's like Palom and Porum's theme or whatever. I've only played the actual Souls games themselves. I haven't played any like Souls-like games. So Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne. I've not played Sekiro. How does it get told? Never is the dream world. Well, the Bahamut explains it.
I need food.
Like he's got a couple of scenes where it's just between him and Titus, and then at the end, like in the ending scenes and stuff. I don't know where else. I just can't remember this stuff. These people are part of FFX. I don't have one, but when I get to it, and I'm like, oh god, this is tedious. I'll tell you then.
It's been 10 years. I thought you'd be crying.
I think, well, yeah, I think it's one of those things. Just because Nobuo Uematsu is a keyboard player for the Black Mages doesn't necessarily mean that all their music also belongs to the music that he's written for games and stuff, even though they're the same pieces. So I don't actually know like who owns the... Well, it's Nobuo Uematsu's music. I'm sure he arranges it for the Black Mages, so he probably has all the ownership for it.
Wait.
Yeah, I am a music teacher.
Don't go out on me. Just hold on. I'll get more wood.
Favorite FFOST? Pretty sure it's okay. Well, favorite. Oh god, that's a toughie. Well, we established through some analysis that 8 might have the highest average scoring music.
Give me a break.
I wouldn't say the whole plot of 10-2 is stupid. I quite like it. I had a bit of a rest. I probably did sleep some. I think I got maybe like 20 minutes or so, something like that. I mean, it's also like one of those like interesting ones. Favorite battle system? 13? I agree. 10, 2, and 13 I think are my favorites. But yeah, it is one of those interesting ones where it's like, okay, so well, we own the music in the game, but not all the other versions of it. So it might actually be easier for Square just to have like new arrangements written in the style of the Black Mages than use, because they might have to pay the Black Mages, and that might not be within their budget. That could be fun. 13 speedrun's amazing. Love it. Yeah, really good click fight. Indeed. There can only be one. That was fine. Honestly, nothing really went wrong with 9 at all. Just wanted it to be a bit quicker than it was, but I was like flagging in the last maybe 3 hours of the run.
Hey, let me go.
That's okay. Well, you can say the same about 12's gambit system. I mean, yes, you have to, of course, get the gambits and then put them on and whatever, but you can totally auto battle through through 12 after a point. Nah, no like energy drinks and stuff like that there. Wouldn't be having it. I have a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi Max. I've got about half of it or a third of it left. So I personally don't really count that on the basis that it's a pretty tiny amount, all things considered. Yeah, it's called paradigm switches. So, how many don't have Sid? I think it's just 1.
Kid, it's Daija.
Hey, that hurts.
Usujek, right?
Whoa. Okay.
It's like the Chocobo question. Chocobo started in 2.
Penis.
Right, whatever.
Tui hood kabeg?
I said I don't understand.
Fed. He said you can
Actually, a mana game?
You understand me?
That's a great question. I mean, I wouldn't say it's actually a mana game, but because, like, seeing as you mentioned that, like, I totally get what you mean. Like, Secret of Mana, Legend of Mana, that kind of thing. And as far as, like, aesthetics and whatever, I get what you mean. You cannot skip the tutorial, though. There is no expert sphere grid in the original version of the game. It's all Pokemon. Alright, there we go.
It's not active now, but we're gonna go down, and then we should be able to. Okay.
Well, you can only play normal grid in vanilla. International is where they introduced the expert sphere grid. It's really interesting, Chloe. It does. And like HD's got the expert sphere grid as well, which I think Maddie did some runs on. And I'm thankful for no Dark Aeons. In the 80% run anyway. Like I would like to do I would like to do a speed run of Final Fantasy X with the Dark Aeons. I do think that'd be pretty cool. Well, that's cool. Well, I mean, quite often the naming is basically based on like different copyright things in different countries and stuff like that. That is often the case why things have to be named differently. Yeah, I definitely can't forget Energy Blast. I've done a run of all Aeons. I'll be processing that VOD at some point. Don't know if anyone else has done a run. Yeah, no Sphere Grid's an awesome run. Nemesis is an awesome run. Like them both a lot. Well, I can't because there are no Dark Aeons in this version, and you don't capture Dark Aeons, you just fight them, whereas the normal Aeons you actually do get. I didn't finish it, no, but it's still there to go. So, for sure, we'll come back to that run. Amazed the blindfolded run still kept going without problems. Pretty remarkable. That's right, Psycho Blast. Credits warp after mine Colts. I haven't. I think I've only played Secret of Mana. I feel like it was a long, long time ago when I did. I've played one Ease game, and it's the one that's got a 30-second speedrun. That was my crowning glory. That was my first world record that I beat by frames. All original versions, Groudon. So 1, 2, 3 on Nintendo, 4, 5, 6 Super Nintendo, 7, 8, 9 PlayStation, 10, 12 PlayStation 2, 13 Xbox 360, 15 PS4 Pro, and 11 on PC.
Fafutra Ershim. Trada. Hoof. Way, Wichita.
No glitch jobs, but yeah, glitch level, glitched HP. I lie down, Templar, so if I fall asleep, then yes. But if I don't, I just lie down. So what I do is I set an alarm for 1 hour from when I start the break.
Right on.
Yeah, glitchless is possible, of course. I've done something to my right knee. It's like, it's jacked right now. It's not great.
Hey, it's because you eat too fast.
No, it's, I think, I don't know if I got it when I sat down or stood up, but it was like ages ago.
Hello there. What is your name?
Riku,
I just kind of went a bit. I don't know where it is. I don't know what to do about it. It's largely okay. It just feels a bit gristly. If I were to guess, I would say I've probably slept for about 1 hour.
didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
We?
Oh, we means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Albed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Albed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an
Albed
Albed
is.
Where are you from?
Xanarkand. I'm a blitzball player.
Nope, just the main title, Psychoblast.
Star player of the Xanarkand Apes.
Did you hit your head or something?
Oh.
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
Typo is not one of the main titles, so I will not be doing Typo. I agree. 13.2. Well, I mean,
So I told her
maybe
everything
easy's
there
not the
was
right
to
word,
tell
but
about
I think
Xanarkand.
13.2 is more straightforward of a
Not
speedrun than
fair.
13 is.
Blitzball and Sin's
And as a
attack.
game, I would say it's
And
easier. It's
about
more
how
forgiving,
Armin and I
certainly.
were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind.
So this particular marathon doesn't have a world record, but the main title games in real time and only the offline
Say
versions.
something funny?
So without 11 and 14 is 89 hours, 50 something minutes.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Xanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays blitzball there.
Huh? What do you mean, 1,000 years ago? But I saw Sin attack Xanarkin. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way.
The 11 speedrun's really cool.
You said you play blitzball?
Like, part of me is like, if I just get 1 to 15 done, I can just like set this down for a bit, but then I can't afford to get rusty in the
Someone
games.
might know who you are, or you might find someone you recognize.
Luca?
It's so tricky. Like, where's the balance? There is no balance.
Okay, leave it to me. I'll get you to Luca. Promise. You'd rather stay
Doing well,
here?
Spaghetti, how are you?
Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh, and one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Xanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset someone.
Oh, uh-huh. My Xanarkand? Some kind of holy place?
Maybe.
Yeah, right, I thought. Since when? Yevon? Sin? Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place that I could go back
I'm
in a
glad
day or
too.
two.
That was awesome.
But 1,000 years into the future? No way! Whoa, whoa!
Optimus Drive, thank you for the host. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Feeling good, Cider? See Brazil's 9 run. I think I don't get, like, Demon's Gate's not that bad a fight, generally speaking. Yes, things can go wrong and you can get bad luck and yada yada yada. Like, that's all true, but I feel like the success rate on Demon's Gate in those slots should be really high. Because there's some really consistent ways of going, of like approaching the fight. Like, I literally got, it was amazing. I got like a 1 hour workshop on Demon's Gate from Cart 7 back in the day.
Riku!
And once she went through the advanced ATB weight and all the methods for it, it just became like a game. Because you knew all the stages, and it's like, all right, well, you know, on this turn I need to get to here, and this turn I need to get to here, and you just know what to do about it. So I feel like you should be able to beat Demon's Gate like most times. Have I game overed? I mean, technically. So like I died to Death Guys once in FF9. Feeling good, Nashlax? How are you doing?
You wanna try that move one more time?
Finally.
Yeah, well, that was a bummer. Like, the Mylon fight, I think, should have been first try. I just had the wrong equips. Mylon Z, the deaths the first 2 times or whatever, that would, you know, they were both my fault.
You know, amateur. Who you play for?
The Xanarkand
That is true. I've not seen what the new strat to accommodate
Team, you say again?
the lower levels for
Get that.
Demon's Gate
I
R
got
anymore.
too,
I'd have to do
close
some
to
digging
sin,
into
and
Zeal's VODs.
My head's all foggy, like. So,
Sin's toxin got to you, but you're still alive. Praise be to Yevon.
In 2020 winter, we did FF9 solo Garnet.
All
Took
right,
about
back to
24
practice.
hours.
I'm Waka, coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother. What? You hungry? Okay, back to the village. I'll get you something.
I felt like I could trust this Waka, so I just had to ask. It's true Xanarkand was destroyed.
How many years, Tito?
Right? 1,000 years ago? So
Good to
it's
see you.
just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a super fun run.
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came. And Xanac, yeah, that was about a... If you ask me, what is we gotta suffer. Of course, we must always... It's just said.
It was Jet, Waka, and Riku.
But you from the Xanarkand Daves, that was a good one, huh? Hey, I'm not saying that team never existed, yeah? But you gotta figure, a team living in luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
I appreciate it, but at that time, everything that happened... Maybe if I could find... For now, I just live life... Sure, it was hard not to think of a little...
Hey, it's...
What's...
Awkward. Nice. Vista was pretty good. Come on, I rate Vista. XP was obviously great. I mean, you can like 95, 98, and so on. XP was fine. Vista was good. I used Vista for a solid amount of time. I'm sure of it. That's beautiful looking. I like Windows 7 a lot. So like the only reason why I have why I use Windows 10 is because some of the software I use doesn't run on Windows 7. But I'm glad I've never had to use 8, because that is a horrible interface. Like, when I went home at the beginning of the week, I was sorting some stuff up on the home laptop. And it uses Windows 8. And I was like, how do I even get anything? Where's the desktop? How do I find anything that's not just a bunch of stupid icons?
A major blitz. It's so huge. Then it'll be fun.
I thought then that Blitzball and
Gung, gung, gung.
I wasn't.
I respect Linux users 100%.
This is where I was born. I joined the Aurochs 10 years. Well, after. So, but every time I'm.
$10 without it.
My first match last year was my big chance. But something else was.
Nice excuse.
Hey, hey!
So, you want to win the... So, what...
I don't care how. If we give it our all.
No. When you play in a blitz...
Vic.
After surviving a run-in with
No cutscene skips in PS2 version.
Who are they?
Luzu.
Huh?
What? Hey, sorry.
Cool. In return, come tournament...
Cool. About the Crusaders, you can. Besaid Village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later. Take a look around first. Let's see. The Crusaders' Lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there.
Yeah, well, yeah, Tantu's like, or proper cutscene skipping came in really well.
All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
You do remember the prayer, right?
I didn't know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
Man, that's like the basics.
Yeah,
of the
15's got a
basics.
lot of.
All right, I'll show you.
For 13, it's just like when it goes into like FMV mode, it's like, oh, yep, skip that. 12 is maybe a little less intuitive than 13, but more intuitive than 15.
Hey, not bad. Okay, now go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the blitzball sign for victory.
Well, you need to appreciate the prayer. And learning through doing is a very effective method. So arguably, Waka is used a very effective teaching method. Version of 10 that allows skip cutscenes.
It was then, standing in that place.
I don't know, like in 11, there's a cutscene you intentionally skip. But a lot of the cutscenes have got like dialogue you have to mash through.
I began to realize how different this world was from my
So
own.
I don't really know how 14 works in that regard.
Years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner.
Not 14, but yes to 11.
Oh, what's a High Summoner? I got too close to Sin's toxin. It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons.
Speedrun will just be vanilla base game.
And come down to us.
Skipping 10's cutscenes, I think it's about 5 hours.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
Treats and snacks.
Sorry, man. Dick.
You could at least...
We can't...
But...
2 hours of content, that's crazy. And the HD version of Final Fantasy X, there are some cutscenes you can skip and some you can't.
Who cares? But he might. Do you? What if he dies?
Now, by classical composer, do you mean orchestral composer or composer from the 1750s to 1820s, roughly?
Waka?
Well, I know that Lude has done 13 speedruns without cutscene skips. I can't remember how long they are, though.
The summoner has... Well, there's a room in there called the Cloister. If the prayer is heard...
Let's see.
So someone is in there.
I did...
Is it particular?
Some...
Why don't you go?
There's already guardians in...
Hey, but what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?
A precept...
What?
Let's see. Proc to the present day orchestral. I'm a big fan of Russian composers. Like I love like Shostakovich, Stravinsky, Tchaikovsky. Big fan of Liszt, Berlioz. Walton. But then, like, I love, I love Holst, and Elgar. What's the same with, like, didn't Rachmaninoff, I think I'm right when I say this, Rachmaninoff built a contraption to extend his hands, as if he didn't already have, like, the widest reach of any human being in the history of human beings. Speaking of Rachmaninoff, love his music as well. Yeah, like how this is allowed and plays is crazy.
Hey, it's gotten into you. Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what?
Oh, I love Marble Machine.
Me? I'm a guardian.
But the journey that it's been on is like, that's kind of like, so, you come up with an amazing contraption to play, like music that's on a strip,
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple.
on a dial, that's got a bass guitar and a drum kit all plugged into it. And it's like, right, we're going to make one we can actually tour the world with. And then it becomes like a 3-year project.
One of them's got a short
And it's kind of like
Who knows what the other
this like little Swedish band Winter got on.
Now that we come this far,
It's amazing.
might as well go all the way.
Oh, Goretzka, yeah. And but like the amount of people who supported and helped them with like builds and mechanisms and stuff.
What are you doing here?
That's incredible.
No. See,
Is
Exactly. Like that's like his full-time job now, which is amazing. It's one of the, it's like the old classic. It's like, well, you got, what's the one? It's like find a job you love, never work a day in your life, or find something that you love and then find someone to pay you to do it. It is, and I'm living the dream right now. I'm hoping to beat the game in under 12 hours, Groudon.
Become a summoner.
But it's whatever it takes is what it is. Like, so, like I would say, so realistically, like the way this plays out is that in the first 24 hours, I would have times that I would expect myself to always beat
Here I was thinking summoners.
in 1 through 7. No, my PB's like 11 flat, roughly. Heterochromia is very groovy.
Hey, over here.
So I'm comparing against my average splits, not against any PBs. My PB in 13 is like 8.5 hours. No, it's not. I PB'd. It's less than 8.5. I don't know what it is anymore. Completions run. That is like 2025 or something. I do have plans for quote unquote. Oh, right, shit. I do have plans for like an all bosses or 100% marathon, where it is a case of you play, you know, you do like a full run or whatever, and then it's a normal night's sleep every day, and it takes, like you said, like a couple of weeks or whatever.
I had never seen anything like it in my life. Sure, it was a little scary, but still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it.
Yeah, exactly. Right, I hope everyone remembers the names of the Aeons, because I don't.
We talked for the first time.
Oh yeah, for sure, Harvey. No, like that's. I want to do an all bosses marathon. Like that'll be the next one. Because then what I could like, because I want to have like a couple of options, which I think could be really cool. So it would be like, I could have like the main titles marathon, I can have a side game marathon, and then like an all bosses marathon.
So...
Nope. Our new goal to win every match. To bring the crystal...
Yeah, Bomb added something. I don't think the others did have anything. The 15 plot percent? That's awesome. I love that. Not really, Rickson. I'm gonna win. I'm going to get Jack Shot. I'm going to use Jack Shot. I'm going to win Blitzball no matter what it takes. I don't care.
Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't that...
But if you take like some of the... But the thing is, on the versions that I play, like FF1 doesn't have any bonus bosses. It would literally be any percent plus Warmac.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Lady Yuna?
You know? Like FF2, I don't know if it has any extras. FF3, I don't know.
So...
FF4 would be a lot more substantial.
We're going on the same boat.
7 all bosses only adds on like an hour and a half. 8 all bosses adds on like an hour and a half. 9 all bosses adds on like 4 hours because of stupid frogs and all that. Oh, all of it's NTSC. All NTSC. Why would I play on the slow version?
Hey, but what if she, like, comes on to me?
Let's see. 10 would be Nemesis, which would be like 22 hours, which is like double the length. Ozma. What do you mean by the difficult one? It's the hardest fight in the run, but it's not hardest to unlock. I mean, Chocobo Hot and Cold takes less time than frogs. Yeah, so then you've got Order of Ambrosia, 22 hours instead of 5 hours. It's a much more substantial run than the 80%. 13, Plat percent's like 17 hours or something like that, whereas 80%'s 5. So it's pretty substantial. I wouldn't want to think about doing an 11 or 14 all bosses. Could you imagine 14? FF14 all hunts?
Oh, hey. I thought Waka... Yeah, so...
Well, you can, like, I mean, obviously, if you wanted to do, like, you could get, like, a deathless party and set up for Ozma, or you can get a 50% chance win that's a lot quicker. That the amount of times you would reset to win would be faster than the amount of time it would take to set up for a guaranteed win. That makes sense. Or whatever. Like, that would be crazy.
I was surprised too, the first time.
Completion category for an MMO. Terrifying.
No matter what he looks like.
Absolutely, it would be terrible. And there's no way you would do that solo. You'd need a team. You would need a party.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Right? There's no way you would be doing all those dungeons with random parties. No way.
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Or just come up with like a more reasonable category. Like to the map. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can get Excalibur. So at the end of the final
My little brother.
save crystal or save sphere in FF9, you can teleport back to the beginning of Memoria and go back to the airship.
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to
FF13 no field dodges.
Revenge
Plat.
then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full time. I know it kind of looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... Thanks, Waka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me. Something I want to...
Whoa!
Yeah.
Permadeath FF12 playthrough. That'd be pretty fun. Like I'm super dark. I really like Iron Man runs.
Well,
Like I've done that. Like Diablo 2. There's like a real staple for it.
where's
Or RuneScape
Take
might
the
be
same
even
road as Una.
more original, whatever.
The
Since then. But she had the talent. Now,
The question is though, are you allowed to loot the corpse when they die, Harvey?
You really... they're not real...
this isn't...
I guess...
Okay.
I have no intentions of having a party prepared when he Barstad. Nine's great. It's totally fine. Okay. The Goers Goners. Oh, I'm so confident, Jimbo. That's the only one is like Death Guys is the only fight in 9 really where you can just have it because you're not gonna get more than 4,500 health.
Not too shabby. Might make a good.
And an 80% run to guarantee not dying. But what you could do is get 4 rebirth rings.
Told ya. If you can't beat them down, Mag, let's have our black blue.
Clueless, aren't you? Spells of ice and ice fiends are you find.
I get fire and ice.
Lightning and water are. This one here is a
Just 13.
Let's get.
We're gonna wait.
Huh?
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, if you've got a bit where you have to use a certain character. I got Energy Blast yet.
What's go?
Yeah, it's called Lightning Returns. Fun game. Well, I mean, I've done a no sphere grid. Fun run. Oh, yeah, I've definitely had the wall market thing before, like once or twice. Or would I accidentally bought the wrong chocolate or something in the vending machine and didn't have money or whatever? Yeah, that's happened. Nice miss. Two misses? Wow.
That's enough.
Himari Ronso.
That.
He's another.
Huh?
Sometimes
No,
we don't
penance is
understand him
fine.
either. Kamari doesn't talk much anyway. But
All right.
we let our summon... Your first real
Show us what your trick.
Okay.
Okay. It's been alright so far, Savage. How are you? I'm doing good. Powerball. That's totally reasonable.
Not one of these again.
Waka?
The time was about what I expected it would be. Yep. Like in the same way that I'm not going to get like a sub 11 FF10 run in one of these. Because like realistically, I'm probably playing at about... I am probably with like if I was to do like a serious FF9 run, like I might only be able to play at a 930 standard. Like I don't know if I could play at low 9R pace. For Animine to the game, yes, but like way too out of practice, I think. And then you add in 40 hours of being awake, micro sleeps, etc., etc. Like 10 hours really isn't unreasonable. It's all about context. That's what it comes down to. And if there's anything that I've come to accept now more than anything else, it's that once we get to FF8, the goal is beat the game and forget about the time. The time just does not matter. It's beat the game as cleanly as possible. 1 through 7, I can care more about the time. Once you get to 8, it's beat the game. So like, so with FF8, the time was what? It was... it was 9 hours something. And it's the kind of thing we'd be like, oh, well, how could you not get sub 9 in FF8? Like, sub 9's free. Like, that 9-10, I think it was probably the best marathon run I've had of 8 in one of these. Like, I've had, like, a bunch of 930s. So it's just one of these things where I'm like, I'm not going to get, you know, like an 845 run or better. And now that, like, I've got that,
Word is, I heard you don't.
Lord,
oh, that was funny. Worth it for Diablos.
so
She's the daughter of High Sum. Lord Braska. Eunice the heir.
it's top.
Huh?
Walker's,
Huh?
Death Guys almost stole the sub 10 for FF9. It would have been very close. Freest time save in the next marathon? Diablos. I have no idea. Nothing I can think of so far. Nothing's really gone like super bad or I've been like, oh, I just lost a bunch of time. I guess the freest time save is FF4 against Mylon. 20 minutes of time save at Mylon Z.
It's nice.
Yo, Happy New Year, Rogue Dragon. How's it going? Dragon Quest V. Yeah, let's be down there. Oh, that sounds fun. Cool. Right.
you're a blitzball player, aren't you? From Xanarkin, right?
You
Alright,
hear
so
that
this is a
from Waka?
4-minute break. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
Huh. Waka. Waka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
I've heard in Xanarkin, there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me. He was my father's guardian.
Jacked. My father. His name is Jacked.
Amazing! You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My old man, he died. 10 years ago, off the coast of Xanarkin.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
yeah, but how would he get here?
You're here? Are you not?
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in it, and we'll all get dragged under.
Zin is going for our family
The families are in Kilika. Do love the KFC. I call it Kafka. It's like Kafka, only better. No sphere grid, no overdrives, no skills? Summon, damn. I knew that. There's one thing that we know about the physics of Final Fantasy, that it's inscrutable. Unscrutable? Insurmountable. It works. No blitz ball. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Blender. No, right? That's what was donated for, Pimentel. Eesh. Ice brand and ice ball. Oh. Yeesh. Jay Shadow, thank you for 7 months. It's going well. Thank you. $637 out of 750 subs for 100 gift subs. Where are we at in total sub points? Oh shit! That's a number. Tan's got some of the most insane challenge category names.
When
Great.
Sin attacked, I kept hoping it would.
I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin.
I was. Maybe it was that. I started. I was in a form. This was my.
Half of 10, no half of 10. Love it. Or you can always add in, what's it, Odin's? One day. 0 deaths and, or what is it? Or like, you've got like Odin's, which is like, what? That is like a 1 day or something. And then like the half Odin's, which are silly ones or whatever. Good morning, Hadrians. How art thou?
If there is no other summon...
Thanks, BT. Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
Please.
Ah, 1 day, no saves. Right, okay. You know he's 100 times harder than Kaz. I'm playing 10 now. That's correct.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance.
Yeah, I'm doing well, what you give him. Oh, you can't say that, Elvis.
Filled with grief, they yearn to... You see. And in time...
Oh, I'm with you, I'm with you.
souls
I understand.
the sending...
So it must be tough, being a summoner.
It's exactly what happened.
She knew
My spirit just got transported to the far plane.
all we can
Until the end? What's the end?
until she defeats sin.
Well, the thing is, ostensibly, Vaughn plays the same role in 12 that Titus does in 10.
You did very well.
Of someone who's quite, well, the difference is that Titus is completely green to the world. Vaughn is just quite new to that side of the world.
I wish no more people being killed by sin. No more sendings for you.
But of course, the consensus is that one did it
there watching her.
considerably better than the other.
And somehow horrifying. I never
Be said all onto the temple. High Summoner or... Yep.
What? Praying for victory.
Something wrong?
Is the...
This is...
Well, he wants to be a
Players
sky
fight for
pirate,
all
doesn't
the
he?
strength. They forget pain. That's why Blitz... At least that's what... Let's... Right?
Is that not reason enough?
Temples beyond the jump.
Yeah. Crazy stuff.
What's up?
Yuna's saying...
Huh?
I want to ask you to be my guardian.
You know what? He may be a blitzball whiz kid.
Not a guardian, then. I just want him nearby.
What?
What?
It's just that... Well,
We're all going to the temple anyway. Can't this wait till later?
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just not really sure what's going on.
My apologies.
Kimari. What? Normally, it's as... But when Alonso uses it...
Hey!
Ugh. Yep.
Take it easy, huh?
I'm fine.
Killberry lightning. Yeah, I just turned on a stream and it went not good. Sorry. Boost, Thunder Killer Beat.
Please, fight with us.
Yeah, there's been some weird troubles in the last couple of days. Water yellow. Okay.
Now what? Anyone thirsty?
These stone steps.
Lord O'Holland.
Yep.
A race, huh? Think
Yuna? Hey!
ah,
Everyone!
Bahamut does have a name, yeah. It's something dragon. I don't remember what though. But I think the others are free, so yeah. I think if Frit hasn't been taken.
it's hard as rock.
Need to get some water and a break soon. What's up, Zavrik? Alright, good. Is that Gino dying? Gino. Yeesh.
You handle yourself.
So,
Fiends. They fall.
Leave him alone and sing.
that moment, I think that was when I...
Yeah, like I see more fights rough. I'm really curious to know like how did devs balance their games? Because like Final Fantasy VII, everything's fine, breezy, fine, and you know it's all great. Then Demon's Gate, and you're like, oh shit.
Maybe Sin carries him. And then one day,
That's like, well, we could be in trouble now.
Mate. You made
Fighting
that
system?
one-
Like, you mean, like, is CTB the best combat system? Not in my opinion.
Sin crushed it. Your brother.
Couldn't tell you, Raiden. I don't know how,
matter
like,
how
group
much-
things go.
No one can.
But it was like, was there a
and
conscious
nobody-
decision to, like, suddenly ramp up the difficulty for Demon's Gate? Or is it just like, this is a cool fight, and then, you know, someone did it quite easily, and they're just like, oh, that's fine then. You know, like, how extensive is the testing for that?
Waka?
Like, Evray
Something that
is
happened between-
is pretty tough.
Well, whatever it was
The Seymours are pretty tough. You know, it's like, how do you make those decisions?
you hear the...
Who needs to
Oh, yeah?
We've been praying. So what's your goal? Ha! It's too bad. This time... Ooh, Pleo.
See you...
We'll be
You know that?
putting people...
But
Well, even 10 years after he left. Just thinking about my old man got me angry. But maybe that was just my way of keeping him... Nah.
Lord, oh...
Is anyone taking, or does anyone want a Fritz name?
my name is.
So your high, and all these. As I recall, quality over.
Crispy.
I have need of.
I only have as many. I trust them to have so many, even more.
I like Crispy a lot.
So,
You do it.
A guardian is someone I wondered, what
The faith...
But first, the.
Hey,
You're.
Oh, sure.
Like tomorrow soon, I bet. Yeah.
Where? Then what?
Hey, I'm not a guard. The heck? Ah! Let me go! Go! Hey! What's the big idea?
Just.
Huh? This is bad.
Oh yeah, like they properly know exactly what's gonna happen. Like there's none of this like, oh, she's gonna get a slap on the wrist. It's like, this is hard forbidden by Yevon. And like Yuna's way too nice to be like, no, I said he couldn't come in. Well, did you know? Hardest fight in 10 speedrun? That's a good question. It's tricky because 10's super consistent because of the CTB system. So like there's no like advanced ATB weighting or anything like that. Or like super like tricks based on timing or anything like that. And by the time you get the like Gagazet Seymour, you've got a pretty powerful Bahamut. Like that's like Evre's, I don't know. Without Strength Sphere, but then again the fights they're all scripted basically. It's like if you die to a fight in Final Fantasy X, it almost guaranteed means that that you messed up your sphere grid or did something wrong. Those are pretty much your options. Yeah, 13's got some real killers. Like, you've got, like, the standout ones. PC1, PC2. Orphan. Part 2. But in terms of, like, which one is the most difficult, I don't know if that's an easy choice.
Yuna will be the...
She could be.
So...
The faith.
Oh...
The faith. Yevon took their...
Like, for 12, you could be like, well, Sid 2, but it's like 4 phases.
That's what...
And then Final 3, well, technically that's 3 fights.
All that...
But, you know.
So...
She prays with all of her.
There was something. That song we heard, that... It was proof that Spirit... Maybe that's why... I tried to say something.
Spear. Crispy.
I thought I had put my feelings for Xanarkin behind me. But they were there, and they grew inside me bigger and bigger, till I was just about ready to burst.
What?
To scream.
Okay. So it's just Winnow next.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Gross.
Here we go. I won't go so easy on you next time.
That's right. Speed spheres.
Live and let live.
Come on. Great. Amazing. It changes a lot, Groudon, depending on character speed. Oh my god.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
And things like that. And abilities. It's a really like shared battle experience because you can switch party members in battle. Ultimately, Yuna ends up being like the most powerful party member. Alright, I'll take this. Nice. Overkills are beautiful. Take that. Let's go. Good.
Off. The matches start soon as.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah. Don't look. I've no business.
Who do you think?
I walk out that.
Oh, what?
Don't know. But someday, make it up.
Well, you'll take it.
Relax.
And
You could always... Anyhow, it's...
what?
What do you want me...
You know one.
Oh, yeah.
And who?
No. It is my...
Well, well. Trying to follow in my footsteps, are you? I usually charge for lessons, you know. That shot is done like this. You can't do it, kid.
Interesting.
Don't worry, my
Yeah,
boy.
Twitch chat really is
You're
borked
not
right
the
now,
only
innit?
one. No one else can.
Yeah.
I'm the best. You're out of your can't do no one. You're out of your can't do. You're no one else. You're out of your can't. No one can't. You're out of your league.
Nailed it.
The best. Yeah, right.
Whoa!
Doesn't have a name.
Show us one...
That was...
How do you know? stupid. You know what? There is no
Okay.
Mark 1 or Mark 2, you know? My old man said the name. He said they'd come back and I used to get so mad. Is he alive, you think?
But...
So he's...
yeah. So, if anything... What would you do if you found him?
Who knows? I'd probably just... After everything... Because he was famous... Well... Your father's famous... Ain't it tough?
It is hard to follow in his footsteps as a summoner.
Sure.
But the honor of having a father like him surpasses all that, I think.
Well, there what?
You shouldn't say...
Ow!
Show me.
Yo! I didn't think He never did. But I couldn't help feeling something... Sure, I had told Waka I'd help him...
Hello, Zephyr. I have no idea what is and is not working, but I'm seeing lots of Twitch chat doesn't work right now. But I feel the conversation flowing through my soul. But I can see like a number of comments are going fine. Oh gosh, hello everyone. The app seems to work. Oh, I'm glad. It can't handle the power that I'm providing with this stream. Oh, hello everyone. Oh, it's lovely to see you all again. Hello, Link. Hello, hello, Darcy.
Yes, Baba, they're gonna be...
Yeah, I had like it was like the little ghost icon. Oh, Michael Manson. Great start. Is Valhalla long? Because I've spoken to a number of people about it. I dipped away from Assassin's Creed after Assassin's Creed 3. Hey, Gordo. Excellent, Josh. But a number of people have said that Assassin's Creed Valhalla is really good and recommend playing it. Ghosts. Generally speaking, like if you're successfully in a stream, the best thing is always to just stay in the stream and not click on anything or refresh anything or go away from anything. Because quite often it'll be like, okay, well, the stream dies or chat dies or something goes wrong. Didn't play because none of the game. Oh, sorry to hear. Well, the PS5's only got like 2 games now, does it? Happy New Year, Leo. Indeed.
What in Yevon's name were you doing up there?
We sure stood out, though. We were on the sphere. We were. Maester Micah is here.
Already?
The number 3 dot.
What's up now?
Astro's Playroom.
Maester Micah has arrived. That's what.
Micah? Maester?
Maester Micah is the leader of all the peoples of Spira. He's come all the way from Bavel. The tournament is being held to honor his 50 years as Maester.
50 years? Shouldn't he be, retired by now?
Sure.
Hey, mind your mouth now.
Nice, Rickson.
Let's all go see him.
So I don't need to save anywhere, but I have, like, it's crossed my mind that I haven't saved. And we're 2.5 hours in, and if something goes wrong with, like, my PlayStation or the game or whatever, that's all that gone. So I think generally every 30 minutes is a decent frequency for saving. All right.
Can't see a thing.
2-minute 30 break. That means toilet break. Yep.
That's a Guado, right?
Who could it be?
Isn't that Maester Seymour?
People of Spirit, I thank you for your generous welcome. Rise, Maester Seymour, and all of you as well. I present to you the son of Maester Giskel Guado, who departed for the far plain of fortnight past. As some of you already know, he has been officially ordained a Maester of Yevon.
I am Seymour Guado. I am honored to receive the title of Maester. In life, my father Giskel worked to foster friendship between man and Guado. I vow to carry on his legacy and to fulfill my duties as Maester to the best of my abilities.
You too. Bow your head. Really psychs you up, yeah? All right, last meeting before the match. Hustle!
Across all 5 Fantasy titles, gosh, that's a hard question.
Where's Waka?
Aiko,
That's the man.
Arden,
We had to play the year before
Hope,
that.
Riku. I don't know.
We're
Sid.
playing the album. That's right. We first things
Not much, but she does have some use.
There. Someone said they saw. Yes, sir.
Hello, Luminous.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's cool, something. Nice.
Huh?
Sir Oren was so. Let's.
There will be no 10-2 in
Didn't
this
even occur
marathon.
to me to
If that's the question
the
you're
one that
asking.
I don't know why.
Hey.
beds. Some owl beds. This girl Rick.
It is wonderful.
If you meet. Oh.
Indeed. In the future. Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks very much for the bar stop. Have a good night, Seatbelt. See you soon. Villain? Sid in 10, or Sid in 12 is a really good one. Why just play around with your sphere grids?
I'm sorry. Hey.
You're.
I hope we don't.
Yeah, it's working, Vid.
We do this to cheer on Blitz.
Morning, Jameson. Going all right.
You try it too. Put your fingers in your mouth like this.
Like this?
Not like that. This. Then you just blow. Practice. Hey. Then. Well.
Oh yeah, you would absolutely take a blitz loss. Absolutely.
Luca is.
I thought every town was.
Towns don't.
Oh, I'd rather have like a 5-1 win.
Because.
What about Luca?
It's not any dip. The Crusaders.
They
Blitzball is really. Spear's a little.
What?
Is Xanark?
Damn straight.
Well, there are more build.
Oh. They must be. Let's go.
Blitz off skip? I do not know of blitz off skip.
Orange.
Let's ask around.
Why not talk, Kimari forget? Leave Kimari's. Kimari. Beat on. Maybe.
Take.
this glorious to participate in.
Oh, you mean like that? Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. So yeah, in the second half, if you score on 301, like just as it goes to 301. Yeah. I know what that. I wouldn't go for that. I would need to be like I would be wanting to have competitive PB times. I'd be going for PB attempts to do that kind of thing. Not that big a deal right now. Right now, the just gotta win. I'm pretty sure it's when the timer goes to like straight as it goes to 301. Indeed.
Come on.
Where in...
Huh?
Yuna's been kidnapped by the Al-Bed Sykes. In exchange for her safe return, they want the Aurochs to lose. If they're only blitzball players, I doubt they'd do anything. But we shouldn't take...
I'm going too. This'll be no... They're telling the Aurochs it's... I mean...
Waka said that he'll take care of the game. The Al-Bed boat is in... Let's...
Whoa!
Ancient... They are...
Just by being awesome. What the title was claiming. No one's ever used that phraseology before. I love it. I just made of mortal material. I am not but a humble carpenter.
What's up with...
The Albet.
Alright. But of course.
But the referee...
He won't laugh. Let's. Let's go.
Jeez. We just play video games, guys. Bribe is great, though. Skill 3. I love it. Yojimbo pays me to summon them. I love this. This is beautiful. Happy New Year, Floyd. Alright, Lightning Steel or Thunderball. Our survey says Metal Shield. Yeah. Lame.
I hope you hurt them.
A little. What is it?
There were these Al-Bed that saved my life when I first came to Spira. They took me on their ship. They even gave me food.
I may be Jurassic.
I was kind of hoping that this was the same ship.
Ugh.
But it's not.
It's a little game of shadows over Camelot.
I wonder if they're all gone.
What happened?
Sin came up near us. I made it out okay, but I don't know what happened to
I
the
have
ship.
an area code.
Was there anyone called Sid on that ship?
I don't know. They were all speaking that Al-Bed language.
I see.
That's correct, Blindside.
So who's Sid?
He's my uncle, but I've never actually met him.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so that means you're Al-Bed too, Yuna?
On my mother's side, yes. Sid is my mother's brother. He became distant after my mother married. But she told me to seek him out if I ever needed help.
Wonderful.
You're worried he was...
Don't tell Waka about Yuna's lineage.
Happy New Year, Blindside.
The thing about Waka, he never had much love for the Al-Bed.
Whoa! I gotta tell Waka.
I thought I told you not
All
to
right, here we go.
The game! Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Seconds left. The Aurochs are launching an all-out offensive.
Jeez. That's Lily's only functional use in the game.
He shoots. Unbelievable.
we did it! Not...
If it was Chap...
Hey! I know, you're the one who told... And I don't think Waka would ever...
You don't want...
Okay. That's Liam. Okay, we're good.
Sure you... The game starts. We're playing...
The beginning. I love it.
Are you...
All this... I'm so...
Hey.
Don't go near Al-Bed.
Here we go. recording? No.
The game starts soon. No time for warm-ups. Ready?
Let me at him.
All right. I got something to tell you boys. After this game, I'm retiring. I promised myself this would be my last tournament. Win or lose, I'm quitting Blitzball. But you know, since we're here, we might as well win.
Mind a bench.
I'm warming a bench. He's taking my place. All right, boys, let's win this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make the goers goners.
Let's blitz.
I saw you floating there on the sphere.
Hey, you weren't supposed to see that. Oh.
You really gave it your all, didn't you?
All right, boys. What?
This in just a. But a championship, our legendary, the horrendously.
This looks like.
I don't even know what some of these references mean. Okay. Man, could you imagine telling stories to Macon?
They're already going at it, folks. The goers.
As I say, is that. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, classic. No! Yes! What can I say? What can I say? What can I say?
Son? Get the bomb, just...
Go as a going.
Shoot like... Down! All right.
Yo, what's up, Tay Kitty? How you doing? Oh, it's good to see you. Okay, interesting choice. What? Yeah, it was a lovely, heartfelt message. Guys, thank you for gifting us something. Take kidding. Thank you very much indeed. Ha 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 ha. It's crazy aliens. What's even going on?
Everyone.
Fifth on the right. He's blocking the front row.
Zach. He's lead.
It's gonna cruise into the final half. We're so overpowered, we need to bring in a lesser player to balance the teams.
To be honest, it really was.
I wonder what. Ah, it's what. The Auroch.
The goers are gone. Hey, what's up, Nick? Exactly. Rufus's beast. Like, that's actually, like, the resting arm is his dominant arm. And it's like every month he has to let the muscles atrophy so he doesn't actually affect the gravitational pull on the Earth. Or Spira. Call it whatever you will. Oh, that would be quite an overhaul excursion to put all that out. That's too much. Wildness. You don't have to miss it now, Hawaiian Drifter. It's a great wee game. Hello, the doggo. Hello, the doggo.
The Blitzy don't make the.
Oh yeah, I sure did.
Well. You. I can't.
Are you sure?
Never liked long goodbyes anyway. Sorry for making you wait, Yuna. I had some promises to keep, yeah? From now on, I'm your full-time guardian.
Then welcome back, Sir Waka.
Mm-hmm.
Good to have you with us.
Hey. It's good to be back, yeah? So, any news on what happened?
Not really. We don't know where the fiends came from. Maester Micah is safe and sound, thanks to Maester Seymour. That's about it.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Maester Seymour's Aeon. It was so powerful.
Hey, you! Don't just stand there! All of this is your fault! Getting swallowed by sin, ending up here in Spira, not being able to go back to Xanarkand, everything! I'm telling you, it's all your fault! Who are you, anyway? You knew my old man, didn't you?
Yeah,
And you also knew Yuna's father?
that's correct.
Hey man, there's no way. That's just impossible.
Nothing impossible about it. Jekt, Vraska, and I, together we defeated Sin 10 years ago. Then I went to Xanarkand, where I watched over you, so that one day I could bring you to Spira.
Why did it have to be me?
Jekt asked me to.
Is he alive?
It depends on what you mean by alive. He is no longer human. But then, I felt something of Jekt there in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him when you came in contact with Sin.
It can't be.
It is. Sin is Jekt.
No, that's ridiculous! No way! I don't believe you!
But it is the truth. You'll see for yourself. Come with me.
If I say no?
Every story must have an ending.
I don't care about your stories!
I see. Sorry you feel that way. Fine then. Come or don't come, it's your decision.
Ah!
I supposed to say? You tell me it's my decision. But I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only one who can tell me what's going on anyways. I have to go with you. I have to.
Irritating. I know. Or are you afraid? It's all right.
All right. Will I ever go home? Back to Xanarkand?
That's up to Jecht. I'm going to offer my services to Yuna. Come.
They are really useful chests, yeah. You want those.
Sir Orin knows him. Do you think he'll...
In any case...
I think it's perfectly seasonable. Seasonable, reasonable. It's good.
He's still in town.
It serves the story, and it serves the story well.
I wish to be... You were...
No. We accept. But...
I promised Braska.
You promised? My father?
So I see.
Thank you, Sir Orin. You're welcome to join us.
I actually can't do Mihen Road skip because if I get a back attack in Mihen Road, I can get killed like in one turn.
This one, I promise.
So I'm going to have to save at the beginning of it. But if I save at the beginning of Mihen, I can't get to the guy with the Hunter Spear in time to do the skip. So it's one of those unfortunate marathon safe things.
I see.
You'll meet eventually.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
What's our itinerary? Where?
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey, watch.
Here it is. Well, if I didn't save, then we would go back to the last save I made, which was, I think, around the Garuda.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
I really don't think that's gonna
But if I got to like the end of Mihen before like Chocobo Corral, like I don't know how much time I would lose. More than 30 minutes.
It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians...
Nah, I dug it when I played it.
Ray of light. A lot of people in spirit
For sure.
depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard,
understand. I think.
Right. Now let's see what you can do.
Huh?
Come on.
This is weird.
Next, try laughing out loud.
What?
Come on, show me. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore. Too funny.
It was your idea.
Thank you.
Huh?
I want my journey to be full of laughter.
Did I miss something?
Okay.
If
Seemed normal to me.
we should get separated, just whistle. I'll come running. I promise.
Well, let's go. What are you looking at?
We were just worried you guys might have gone crazy.
Sorry. Well then, all right. Now, we will go to the temple at Jose. And Guardians, don't forget to smile.
Yeah, Guardians, don't forget to smile. All right.
That one looks slow.
It's also...
No way! I can take it! What the...
Told ya.
He is good. And there's no problem with thinking you're good at something. Or believing that you're good at something. Especially if you've got a successful career to back it up.
Do you know?
Macon.
Correct. A terrible test compared to sin.
But I believe humans are the...
A good reply. Where are my men? I am on a journey. My travels have taken me fragile smiles on. They are counting on.
I believe 10 to still be very good. Yeah, quality game. Right. So we need a bomb encounter. That's all we really need here.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
I wouldn't say the role of Titus is a bad role. I think it's a great role in a video game.
I am Lucille. And I'm Alma. There have been reports of a large... Do take care, son.
Thank you.
Good. We... Our prayer...
A large... Let's... It's the right thing to do.
It's the...
What the...
Eject. And every time he...
Excellent. Wonderful RNG. Learn self-destruct. And then we can flee. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's fine. Oh, they must have, like, the same speed.
All yours.
That's okay.
Live and let live.
You... Yes. I'm... Nice to...
Well, I maxed levels in 8 as well, but I mean, even in that playthrough, I enjoyed it a lot.
We're looking...
I'll do...
And good luck.
What?
The calm.
No, it's all about
comes after
that
the
overpowered
sun.
magic.
Sin
Yuna's dead, but Sin's still here. Wait.
Don't say it is...
Even people can sleep. That kind of... Don't say it. Your words...
Another bomb encounter. How majestic. Oh, shag. Well. Okay. 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 Okay.
So be it.
Shit. Good Kamari. Good Kamari. Thanks, Kiwi. Alright, we're good. I'm alright, using sensation, how are you? Okay. Right, that's okay. And that's why we do the safety save. Another bomb fight? This is crazy. How fortuitous. because I'm playing all of these on the original version, because I prefer the original versions to the newer versions. The essential right arm for the wall fight later. Oh my god, another bomb fight. Well, this is not good. Okay. 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 Woof.
I'll be right back.
That speed on Titus. So for versions where there isn't a native English version, I play the Japanese version with an English translation patch. So for 2, 3, and 5, I have repro carts. With an English translation patch on them. I mean, I have done the 200 lightning dodges, but I haven't done it since the first time I did it.
Hey! I'll be right back. We'll defeat.
But
Are you? Yeah.
And maxing sphere grids is... That's a big undertaking. But yeah, we've talked about that like a few times before. With this idea of like... How much work do you need to put into it? And some people will enjoy something like that, some people won't.
The use of machina is
And it's finding the balance between, you know, if you want to earn a platinum trophy.
But you don't, and it's all because don't.
Well,
You know, the work versus reward to get it. It's going alright, I don't know. How was the bad movie?
Thank you.
But like, so one of the things that I like about FF12 for the license board is one of the Sky Pirate Den things is to max the license board, but it's among your whole party. So as long as at least one person has covered a tile, it counts as being done. That's right, we're not playing TZA, we're playing the original version of every game.
Where were...
Sir Orange.
I'm not...
Oh, I'm familiar with House of Wax. Thanks, Trevor. All right.
Check it out.
They're like, I can't believe this is the
Sunset
first.
was different from
First
the
of
one I
5
saw
6
in Kilika. It was quiet.
I'm doing alright, Power Up. Hope you're well.
Almost gentle.
So, the cool thing, so, if you've got no encounters armor, there's a crater on the left side, which is really good to just keep running into, and that's a timing thing. But if you don't have no encounters armor, there's a spot on the right where I think it like pushes you back in the wall, so you never get random encounters.
I wish I could live in a place like this.
So I think depending on whether you have encounters or no encounters armor or not,
Living with a smile on my face
will inform which of those two spots is best for you to use.
You can, once you beat Sin, right?
But then, a new sin will...
Jump rope is way easier than
Well, then you
lightning
can just beat
dodges.
it again.
Butterfly is hard.
I wish I could.
Hey, you can. Trust me. You are the best summoner out there. Yuna, why does Sin always come back?
Thanks very much. It's going well, Kilby. How are you?
Sin is...
Yeah, Butterfly. That's a
our
grim
punishment for
minigame.
our vanity. And it will not go away until we've atoned.
How do we do that? What did we do that was so bad in the first place?
It's just the depth perception. I think if you're 100 bits, Caleb. It's once you've got the depth perception of the butterflies, or you just learn the pathing, and you've got it.
It's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it. But now that you ask me if it is that bad or not, I don't know. There are so many things I don't know.
Well, then we're the same. Oh, such thinking is very unbecoming of a summoner. Sound like Micah?
That's not very nice, you know.
You know, during a game, you have to think of Blitz and nothing else, you know?
Okay.
You can't think, that's a cute girl in the fifth seat from the right. And you can't be thinking about where you're gonna go on that date, because the minute you do, that's when you lose. You see, Yuna, what I mean is, you really shouldn't worry, you know? After we beat Sin, that's when you can worry about the future.
I guess.
But Yuna, how are you supposed to beat something big like that?
The final summoning. It's the only way to defeat Sin. The only way. With it, we can call the final Aeon. That's the goal of the pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies waiting in the far north to greet summoners that complete their pilgrimage. At the world's edge in Xanarkand.
In Xanarkand?
She means the ruins of a city destroyed 1,000 years ago.
You sure it's ruins?
That's what I've heard.
You'll see it for yourself soon enough. Yuna, come back inside.
You will go with us to Xanarkand?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go to Xanarkand to see it with my own eyes. I knew it couldn't be my Xanarkand, but I had to make sure.
to say pa.
Oh.
I am rich. Hello.
Huh?
It means
Ah.
if you are.
Oh, Brizzle, thank you for 7 months.
Here, let me. Although you might want.
Yeah,
That's our.
Well, the nice thing about a lot of the 10 mini games is that quite a few of them have got a decent amount of skill-based activity to them that can help you put the odds in your favor. I really need to play Breath of Fire. Get pushed off.
So,
Oh, shag. Indeed.
Now,
give me a break. Like,
it was you. If you're always.
yeah.
This is an important save to get.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Thanks very much, Matty. Happy New Year to you. That'll be awesome, Micho. Of course, don't worry about it. Not necessary at all. Yes.
I won't go
miss
so
me.
easy on you next time. I'll be right back.
No.
Out of my way!
I'll be right back.
I'm good, Vegeta. How are you? Rigolo, thank you for gifting us something, Chan.
this is the...
Good to have you with it.
Show me how to... Wait around.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Little Rob. I think there's a bigger factor in play. And time of day, of course.
Hey, you're a... Thank you for your...
Thank you very much. Okay, cool.
You look troubled.
Maester Seymour.
Told?
Yes.
I need to have Summoner Yuna.
But...
Do not worry. I will take full responsibility.
Very well.
Yuna.
Oh.
Who does...
He's a maester.
Mm-hmm.
All...
Brave Crus. Believe in the path you have. I, Seymour Guado.
Why's Maester Seymour? They're using Albed's mark.
Even going against the... Waka?
Ask him.
Ah, I would be most interested in...
I've got...
Sir Aron must be a great...
You're...
Please.
Excuse... Maester... Why is... You...
Please. It's... Both the Crusaders... This Operation Meat... Although it may be sac... And I... As a
You can only name Titus in 10. And I presume the reason why they stopped naming characters from 12 onwards was so that the game could be fully voice acted, including all names of all characters.
But you know, some of the things...
Excuse... Yeah. The commit... Maester Seymour...
Thank...
Take that road to the... We're still in the midst of preparation.
Don't break any bones, old man. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much for that crocodile style. Rufus finally getting the time of day, all right? All right, here we go. Cool. Depends which overdrive. You mean? Okay. Kamari needs one more level. Okay.
Watch and weep, Crusaders. Live and let live.
You want some of this?
Kind of fun. Gandawara, Gandawara, Red Element, Lamish 2. Kamari, attack Lamish 2. Attack Gandawara. On the Yuna. Boost for the okay. Right, so that's that. It's a good one. This is a throwback name. For sure. A good one, though. Yuna. Okay. Ugh, still need a level for Yuna. Okay, that's fine. Yeesh. Ooh. Better idea. Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Oh shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Nice.
Miss me? I won't go so easy on you next time.
Cool, 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 cool. Good, that's everything. Titus Unawaka.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Do you mean why am I actually leveling things for Kamari? One of the big things with Kamari right now is getting health for him, because I'm going to be using his limit break self-destruct, and that's based on his maximum HP. Or is it current HP? It's something to do with his HP. So the more HP he has... Oh, you see that? That frame perfect paralysis dodge collecting of the 400 whatchamacallit into the other thing. I did not get Classico skip. Although I think I was actually really close. It looked like it was close anyway. And then later on when we go to home, Kimari will be really useful. Because we'll be able to use Lancet for him to learn overdrives he's going to be able to use. Because when we get Stone Breath for normal encounters, and of which the first ones in home are normal encounters, you can insta-kill things. So it's amazing because you get a free refill. New ability, smoke the enemies, carry on. So he does have some real use.
Chap, he left this. And he.
That's got nothing. I just hate the.
Don't. It might be a hope, but the crew. They want to and that's just. Is it?
But I still think Machina.
Ladies, the command center is that.
Maester.
Yes.
Oh, I believe that for sure, Riccolo, for sure.
Monopolies are... Oh. Whoop.
Long official lightning thunder.
Please.
Oh.
I came, but they.
If you want. First, you.
I don't know how much you can really do with the Crystarium.
Oh. I had heard from Seymour, but I didn't know if we'd actually meet. Good to see you, Oren. 10 years, is it?
That's when Keenock, one of the 4 maesters of Yevon. He leads the warrior monks, and also commands the Crusaders.
All troops ready to move at your command, sir.
Okay.
Good. Dismissed.
Sir.
Tell me, Oren, where have you been the last 10 years?
Tell me why here.
We don't have time for this now, do we?
This plan won't work. You know that. We'll just let them dream a little longer.
What?
Lord Keenock.
Oh, yes. Proceed.
That king.
I heard a lot has happened.
A world record in what?
Fulfilling a.
Just tell me what.
I kinda think we don't belong here.
Yes, I still get the world record in speedrunning.
We must tell the Albed waiting outside to begin the operation at once. The fiends may break through. This place is not safe. Make sure you're prepared to defend yourselves. Tell me when you're ready.
We'll
Sin, to make sure we're...
You won't.
I remember to... Sin is...
Compete for a world record? I don't know. In theory, I could get any of them. It would just be some are harder than others.
So the
So, you know, the answer could be whichever is the weakest world record. But when you say additional polishing, it's a lot of polishing. So even though I've got some relatively... consistent runs, none of them are even close to. Like, record. Nice. Very nice.
Look out!
Stand back, Lady Una.
Yes.
It's going well, Thumbsticks. Yeah, Zero's been crushing 12 of late.
The others.
What's going?
Don't you run away from me!
Everyone, stand back! I'll summon!
You won't.
Your powers are still too weak.
But I must do something.
Doing good, Exodus, are you?
You can't.
I have no idea what I was thinking when I ran after Sin that day. Before I knew what I was doing, maybe I kept thinking of Zan.
What?
They say you don't practice anymore. They say you're no good.
I can quit.
Then
What did you...
you just... Why?
Why do it? There he goes.
I thought... So... Or maybe it was just... How many people die and Yuna dances? When will she stop dancing? When will it stop? Yuna won't stop dancing. Not until Sin is gone. Those were my thoughts then, I think.
I see. Many yours.
Sin.
Alright, here we go. What can I do for you?
Those who turn from
The past 10...
What's up, girls? Me and Mercy Lou.
But now, more than ever, you... Anyone else?
What can I do for you?
But you... Until sin...
What can I do for you?
Yes. I understand.
Are you a... Yuna, take me as your pillar of strength. As Yuna Leska had
I'm doing alright.
Lord Zeon.
Well, someone had to write it.
Lady Yuna.
You see? You can't stop it when it starts. Well, the great news is that streams don't run on a tier-based system.
Sin.
So we killed all those people just
So
for
no
Jesus to see
need.
me?
Win, win.
Do you know?
How am
So you. As long as he wants you.
you got it? How do you know? I'm not done talking.
You're the
Now that's an answer. We might as well say if you do Jose's skip, you'll give me $1 million, because it's not going to happen. But I genuinely appreciate the offer.
In dark times, she must be. She must shine bright.
Huh?
Now are dark times. Yuna tries hard.
We should.
If we worry, she tries harder.
To my knowledge, it's never been done in real time.
Kimari tried to.
Although it might have been done like in real time on emulator, I'm not sure. I know it's been done buffered.